1944, and on the Eastern Front, Hitler's forces were being pushed back towards the German border. But Germany was about to face a new threat. In the West, Allied forces had been preparing for months to open a new front in northwest France. Training for it was well underway. But it was an attack Hitler had long been expecting. His problem was knowing when, and above all where, it would come. The stage was set for one of the greatest battles of World War II, D-Day, the Allied landings along the Normandy coast of France. Since the early years of the war, Britain's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, had always been certain that at some point an Allied invasion of Northern Europe would be necessary. The only questions were when, where, and how. To test the waters, British forces had already mounted a number of practice operations. In December 1941, British commandos raided the Vargso Islands off the coast of Nazi-occupied Norway. It was an attempt to probe German defenses and tie down Hitler's troops in the north. A fish oil factory and coastal defenses were blown up before the commandos withdrew. Eight months later, Canadian and British troops were sent in to mount a more ambitious raid on the French port of Dieppe. It too was designed to test the defenses and also to provide combat experience for the Canadians. But this time, it was a catastrophe. As landing craft approached the main beach, they were met by withering fire. Those troops that made it ashore were immediately pinned down. Behind them, the supporting tanks became bogged down in the shingle. Few managed to scale the sea wall. Over 3,000 Allied soldiers were killed or taken prisoner. Britain had learnt an important lesson. Never attempt a direct assault on a German-occupied port. Equally importantly, the Dieppe disaster reinforced the British view that an invasion of Europe could not be rushed. Churchill understood it would require careful planning. Eventually, in April 1943, at an Allied conference in Washington, Churchill and the US President Franklin Roosevelt agreed upon a date. D-Day, or Operation Overlord as the seaborne invasion of France was formally called, would take place in the summer of 1944. But by now, the Germans were preparing for it in earnest. Since the winter of 1941, they had been building an Atlantic wall. It was a massive series of fortifications running along the European coast from Denmark to the Spanish border. gun emplacements had been constructed at likely landing sites. Beaches had been mined and covered in barbed wire. Obstacles had been placed in strategic places to block landing craft. Hitler had boasted, "I am the greatest builder of fortifications of all time." In the summer of 1942, in the wake of the Dieppe attack, work on the Atlantic Wall had been stepped up. Hitler had also ordered an increase in troop numbers in the region. The German overall commander in the West, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, had been given 15 further divisions. But the Western European coast stretched for some 2,000 miles. He didn't have the numbers to man the entire length. Von Rundstedt faced a difficult decision. Where should he position his overstretched forces to maximize their effect? The question led to bitter arguments inside the German leadership. Von Rundstedt proposed holding a large force of panzers in reserve northwest of Paris. He could then send it in against an invasion once he knew where it was happening. But the hugely respected Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, commander of the troops covering the sector from Holland along the French coast to the Loire, had a different view. Rommel's concern was Allied air power. He'd seen it firsthand when he'd fought the British in North Africa, and it had left a profound impression. He feared that any counterattack would be broken up by Allied aircraft long before it could go into action. Rommel had also inspected Hitler's Atlantic Wall and found much of it wanting. It had forced him to the conclusion that the best place to position the panzers was as close as possible to the most likely landing sites. That way, an invasion could be immediately pushed back before it got a foothold. Hitler compromised. Rundstedt was given a small force he could hold in reserve, though Hitler himself would have the final say as to when it could be used. The rest of the additional troops was scattered along the entire Atlantic seaboard, in accordance with Rommel's wishes. It would turn out to be the worst of all the solutions. There were neither enough reserves nor enough tanks near the coast. But in the autumn of 1943, none of this was clear. In Britain, the Allied planners were also grappling with the problem of location. Where was the best place to land? Their chief planner, General Frederick Morgan, quickly realized there were two principal options, the Pas-de-Calais and Normandy. The Pas-de-Calais was clearly the favorite. It offered the shortest sea crossing, and it offered the shortest and most direct way to Germany. But it was also the most obvious route, and Morgan was sure the Germans were expecting it. So he decided to wrong-foot them. Morgan would land in Normandy. It was the beginning of a huge gamble on which the fate of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would depend.
Fantasy, myths, ancient beginnings. Elevate your historical exploration to unparalleled heights with a History Hits subscription. Don't miss out on our latest releases, where classicist Natalie Haynes travels to Corfu to unravel the story of the Gorgon Medusa, one of the most iconic yet misconstrued figures of Greek mythology. Join Jasmine Elmer as she dives into something that people have been obsessed with throughout history: dragons. Where did they come from? What exactly is a dragon? Finally, Dan Snow explores the ancient history of the Isles of Scilly and discovers burial grounds built thousands of years ago. Discover hundreds of hours of award-winning documentaries and ad-free podcasts with History Hit. Sign up for a special offer via the link in the description.
In the autumn of 1943, Allied photo reconnaissance aircraft swept over the beaches of northern France. It was part of a huge planning operation for the seaborne invasion of Europe. The fortifications of the Atlantic Wall were monitored by the French resistance. Men crept ashore to collect sand samples to test whether armored vehicles could be landed. Northern France became the most reconnoitered coastline in the history of warfare. It soon became clear any landing would need some kind of port facilities. But the disaster at Dieppe had shown that it was too dangerous to attempt a direct assault on a German-occupied port. Britain's planners were forced to come up with an ingenious alternative. Giant, hollow concrete boxes were constructed in Britain that could later be towed to the French coast. There they would be sunk to form an artificial harbor. They were known by their code name, mulberries. The mulberries would be supplied with fuel by a pipeline unwound from giant reels and dropped on the seabed. It would run for 100 miles. The pumping station on the Isle of Wight was disguised as an ice cream parlor. But the raid on Dieppe had also revealed a second problem: how to get the first wave of troops off the beaches and through the German fortifications. The man told to solve that question was General Percy Hobart, one of the pioneers of armored warfare. Hobart came up with a series of ingenious devices. The troops called them the funnies. They included such extraordinary machines as flamethrowers and floating tanks. Flail tanks for clearing mines. The bobbin for laying firm paths across sand or shingle. An armored ramp for climbing sea walls. The fascine carrier for tackling ditches. And the bridging tank for wider obstacles. That left just one problem: how to stop the Germans rushing in overwhelming reinforcements before the Allies had established a foothold. The answer was to keep them guessing until the very last moment as to where the invasion would take place. Operation Bodyguard was a massive and complex deception campaign. German double agents in Britain now began sending back to Germany huge amounts of carefully coordinated false information. This emphasized that the main landings would be in the Pas-de-Calais, although a feint attack might be launched in Normandy. To muddy the waters still further, the Allied military created a fictitious army unit, the so-called 1st US Army Group, or FUSAG. It was stationed, very obviously, in Kent, bang opposite the Pas-de-Calais. The man in charge of it was the pistol-toting US General George Patton, who'd been removed from action in Sicily after slapping shell-shocked soldiers. Patton was rated by the Germans as the Allies' best attacking general, just the man they expected to command the invasion of Western Europe.
Basher 5-2, this is Basher 1-1 on Alpha.
Radio transmissions mimicked the wireless traffic of an army. For the benefit of any Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft flying over Britain, the fields of Kent were filled with inflatable tanks and carefully faked track marks. There were dummy aircraft made of wood and canvas. Harbors along the Kent coast were filled with dummy landing craft. There were even troops, though these were in reality backup units. In late 1943, the Allies appointed US General Dwight Eisenhower as Supreme Allied Commander for the invasion of Europe. British General Bernard Montgomery would be in overall command of the initial assault troops. D-Day was fixed for June 5, 1944. Two months before the landing, Eisenhower launched an elaborate air offensive to disrupt German links to the coast. Once again, it was carefully planned to give the impression the Allies' target was the Pas-de-Calais region. As the date of the invasion approached, Allied troop numbers in England reached over 2 million. They were supported by more than 3,000 tanks and 12,000 aircraft. The Germans were well aware an invasion was imminent. But they had been completely taken in by the Allies' phony preparations in Kent and were convinced the most likely landing spot was the Pas-de-Calais. Everything seemed to be going the Allies' way. The troops were briefed. Then the weather turned against them. Rain lashed down, visibility was poor, and the channel was stormy. Nevertheless, on June 4th, 1944, the assault troops boarded their landing ships and the armada of more than 5,000 vessels set sail. But the rain continued to lash down, and later that day the invasion had to be postponed. The ships returned to port, and the assault troops faced a nerve-shredding wait. Early the next morning, the military leadership met again. The naval commanders were keen to go ahead. But the air chiefs were doubtful. They worried the visibility would still be too poor to provide effective air support. After a long silence, Eisenhower looked up. "Let's go," he said. Operation Overlord, the greatest seaborne invasion ever, was underway. D-Day had begun. At 1:15 in the morning of June the 6th, 1944, British aircraft towing gliders arrived over the coast of northern France. Then the gliders were released and plunged down to capture vital bridges over the Caen Canal in eastern Normandy. The Allies had launched their great gamble to invade Hitler's empire in Western Europe. "50 miles to the west, US paratroops came down around the village of Saint-Mère-Église. There was a fierce firefight. But 3 hours later, the village was in US hands. One of the most crucial battles of World War II was underway. An hour later, horrified German sentries along the Normandy coast saw a vast armada appear out of the mist. They had had no warning. The Allied fleet had sailed under cover of darkness. Moreover, Allied countermeasures had confused the German radar into believing the main weight of the attack was approaching the French coast further east at the Pas-de-Calais. Allied warships off the Normandy coast now began pounding the German defensive positions. Wave after wave of aircraft swept overhead. Under cover of the bombardment, assault troops headed for the shore. But as they closed in, German artillery and machine guns opened fire. A number of the landing craft were hit. Others fell foul of underwater obstructions. But at 6:30 in the morning, the first waves of troops hit the beaches. At the far western end, the US 4th Infantry Division came ashore near at what they called Utah Beach. Within 2 hours, it was linking up with the US paratroopers who'd landed at Saint-Mère-Église. Next door, at Omaha Beach, it was more difficult. The beach was a defender's dream, with high cliffs and few ways inland. As the US 1st Infantry Division waded ashore, They were mown down by German machine guns. To make matters worse, the Americans' amphibious tanks were swamped. The troops were trapped on the beach. Disaster was looming. But finally, a few of the soldiers managed to scale the cliffs. Against all the odds, the Americans hung on to the beachhead. Further east, in the center of the landing area, Britain's 50th Infantry Division came ashore at Gold Beach. They too met savage fire. But now, the British deployed their funnies. The troops were soon moving inland. At the adjoining landing spot, Juno Beach, the Canadian 3rd Infantry Division faced a similar situation. Here too, Britain's funnies were vital in helping the troops off the beach. Finally, on the far left flank, at Sword Beach, the British 3rd Infantry Division met only patchy resistance. Within hours, its commandos had linked up with the glider-borne troops at the Caen Canal. By early afternoon, the Allies had successfully established all of the beachheads. The timing of the invasion had caught the Germans completely by surprise. They'd expected the Allies to wait until the weather had cleared. Rommel, the operational German commander for the whole of the northwest French coast, had taken the opportunity of bad weather to visit his family in Germany. His immediate subordinate in Normandy and Brittany, General Friedrich Dollmann, was over 100 miles away, taking part in a war game exercise. Only the overall German commander for the whole of Western Europe, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, was at his HQ. But he needed Hitler's permission to move his panzer reserves to the battlefield. However, Hitler was asleep, and his aides wouldn't wake him. It wasn't until midday that the Führer finally learnt about the invasion, but he didn't take it seriously. He was still convinced the main attack would come in the Pas-de-Calais. Normandy, he believed, was just a feint. Finally, in the late afternoon, when the scale of the invasion was becoming all too clear, Hitler unleashed his reserves. But they were too far away to provide immediate support. Despite stubborn German resistance, the beachheads around Utah, Gold and Juno and Sword were secure. Only at Omaha was the situation more precarious. Here, German resistance had prevented the US troops moving more than a mile inland. By nightfall on June the 6th, over 100,000 Allied troops had been landed in Normandy. It had been an extraordinary feat of planning, ingenuity, and courage. The first day of the Allies' great gamble had paid off. But it was just the beginning. Now they had to build up, break out, and push on into Europe. As the second day dawned on the greatest seaborne invasion ever attempted, thousands of Allied troops had broken out of their beachheads and were moving inland. But they found the Normandy countryside hard going. The patchwork of woodland and small fields provided ideal terrain for German tanks and machine guns. The Allies suffered heavy casualties. Allied air power provided crucial support. When von Rundstedt's panzer reinforcements arrived, they'd been so depleted by the air attacks that they were unable to mount a major counterattack. The German reinforcements were also hampered by French resistance fighters, operating behind German lines. They ambushed troop convoys and blew up bridges. As a result, the Das Reich SS Panzer Division took over 2 weeks to make a journey which should have lasted a mere 3 days. Its troops took out their fury on the French civilian population. The village of Oradour-sur-Glane and its 642 inhabitants were wiped out. After 4 days of fighting, all the Allied beachheads were finally able to link up. But they'd still only managed to penetrate 10 miles inland. Eventually, 6 days after the landing, the British commander, General Montgomery, launched a major assault on the strategically important town of Caen. The British 7th Armored Division, the Desert Rats, advanced. But its spearhead ran into 4 German Tiger tanks. The Allies' Sherman tanks were completely outclassed. Their guns were outranged and their shells unable to penetrate the German armor. They were particularly vulnerable because many ran on petrol fuel and were liable to burst into flames when hit. The Germans nicknamed the Sherman the Ronson, after the cigarette lighter, or more macabrely, the Tommy Cooker. In less than 5 minutes, more than 10 British tanks were destroyed. The attack on Caen stalled. Outmatched by the German tanks, the Allies relied on air power and artillery. But it wasn't enough. The Desert Rats retreated. Caen remained in German hands. Meanwhile, further west, US forces advanced on the equally important port of Cherbourg. It would take them nearly 10 days to get close to it. They weren't helped by the weather. During the first week of the invasion, it had been relatively calm, and supplies and reinforcements had poured in through the Mulberry artificial harbors. But now the weather turned. Gales swept the English Channel. The US Mulberry Harbor at Omaha was destroyed. The other Mulberry, in the British sector, was badly damaged and put out of action for several days. The flow of reinforcements slowed. It meant the port of Cherbourg was an even more vital objective. As the US forces now approached it, the German garrison resisted. There was fierce house-to-house fighting. It would take the Allies a week to secure the city. But the port had been trashed by the fleeing Germans. It would take a further month before it could be brought back into service. Meanwhile, Montgomery launched another assault on Caen. But the storms had turned the fields into a sea of mud. Low cloud meant air support was impossible. To make matters worse, the newly arrived elite German 2nd SS Panzer Corps was thrown into the defense of the city. After 4 days, the British were again forced to halt. Then, as the clouds cleared, nearly 500 Allied bombers devastated Caen. British troops fought their way into the north suburbs. But the ruins made ideal defensive positions for the Germans. Allied casualties mounted. After 48 hours, the attack was, yet again, called off. Three weeks later, Montgomery tried for a fourth time. The plan was to capture the remaining German strongholds and then push on south, deeper into France. After 2 more days of fighting, the city was finally won. The way now seemed open for the British tanks to move south, deeper into France. But the Germans were waiting with a large force of panzers. The British advance stopped again. The Americans in the west, however, were having an easier time. The fighting around Caen had sucked in the majority of the German defenders. As the American forces prepared to thrust further into France, they faced only scattered opposition. The scene was set for the Allied forces to break out at last. At 9:30 in the morning of July the 25th, 1944, over 1,800 Allied aircraft carpet-bombed a 4-mile stretch of the German front line south of Cherbourg. It was the beginning of Operation Cobra, the US breakout into France. The German defenders were stunned by the size of the assault. But so too were some of the US soldiers. The plan had been for the bombers to fly in from the east, parallel to the US front line, to minimize the risk of bombing American troops. But most of the aircraft came in over the top of the US lines. Bombs fell short. Over 100 US troops were hit and killed. Yet despite the ferocity of the bombardment, when the US forces later picked themselves up and moved forward, they found to their astonishment substantial numbers of German troops had survived. The survivors mounted a stubborn resistance. As fighting raged, it looked as though the Americans would fail to break through the German lines. But then, the German defenses crumbled. The next morning, US tanks broke through and moved forward into open country. There was now almost no German resistance left, and the Americans quickly pushed deeper into France. The hill town of Coutances fell. Then the crossroads town of Avranches. As the Allies pressed forward, they were helped by change and confusion in the German High Command. At the beginning of July, 3 weeks after the D-Day landings, Hitler dismissed the German commander-in-chief, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, for defeatism. Von Rundstedt had made little attempt to hide his belief that Germany faced an unwinnable struggle. He was replaced by Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge, fresh from the Eastern Front, but with little knowledge of northwestern France. Two weeks later, Rommel, the second most senior German officer on the front, was severely injured when his staff car was strafed by a British fighter. Then, with the Nazi command already in confusion, there was an assassination attempt on Hitler's life. On July the 20th, 1944, a disillusioned aristocratic war hero, Colonel Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg, planted a bomb in the planning hut at Hitler's headquarters in East Prussia. Four officers were killed. But Hitler was sheltered by a heavy, solid oak conference table and escaped with only minor injuries. The plot was swiftly and brutally put down. Von Stauffenberg was shot, and his principal collaborators put on trial. They would later be hanged. Hitler put a brave face on it and visited some of the wounded in hospital. But it hardened still further his distrust of his senior officers. He would, despite his many earlier misjudgments, demand even greater control over events on the battlefield. Back in France, General George Patton, back in charge of a real fighting force, ordered his troops to fan out. They took Rennes, Mayenne, and headed for Le Mans. They were now moving round behind the German forces, still battling it out with the British and Canadians near Caen. With the Americans to their south and the British to their north, it seemed the German forces in Normandy would be surrounded. Hitler issued his usual order that there should be no retreat, but as the Allies squeezed in on them, the Germans began to flee. They were remorselessly harried by Allied aircraft and artillery. The casualties were appalling. Finally, on August the 20th, 1944, the Allied forces moving in from both the north and south met up. The so-called Falaise Gap, named after the nearby French village, had been closed. Large numbers of Germans were trapped. Over 10,000 more Germans, caught in the Allied pincer, died. A further 50,000 were taken prisoner. The German army in Western Europe was in chaos. Meanwhile, far to the south, on the French Mediterranean coast near Cannes, there was a second Allied seaborne invasion. US troops came ashore virtually unopposed. They were helped by paratroopers from the Free French Army, men who had escaped from German-occupied French territory in Europe and North Africa. The landing had always been opposed by the British, who regarded it as a diversion. But the United States had long regarded it as an essential part of clearing the Germans out of France. The troops were greeted by an ecstatic civilian population. It was soon advancing rapidly up the Rhone Valley. Lyon was liberated on September the 3rd, 1944. Ten days later, they reached Dijon and made contact with Patton's forces advancing from western France. German units stationed across the region fled. In barely 3 weeks of headlong advance, the Allied invasion of Europe had liberated most of France. That left Paris, where French resistance fighters now rose up against the German occupation. There seemed little to prevent the Allied onrush from continuing to the German border. By the summer of 1944, Allied troops were racing towards Paris. The final phase of the war in Europe was about to be played out. The Western Allies were squeezing in on Germany through France. The Soviet Union was approaching from the east. Hitler, caught in the middle, made a last, desperate attempt to break out of the Allied stranglehold. While he was doing so, Stalin was beginning to redraw the political map of Europe in an attempt to secure the Soviet Union's future. But as the Russians now advanced into German-occupied territory, they came across the most shocking discovery in modern history. A series of camps that would call into question the very nature of humanity. The world was about to discover the true horror of the Nazi regime. In August 1944, Allied troops arrived in Paris. Even as Hitler desperately signaled to his generals, "Is Paris burning?" the German forces occupying the city surrendered.
Paris free again, and the beginning of the last act in its amazing story. The surrender of Lieutenant General von Choltitz, German commander of the Paris region. At a dingy office in Montparnasse station, formal end of German rule.
Paris threw itself into an orgy of celebration. The following day, Charles de Gaulle, the leader of the Free French government in exile, arrived in the city to claim the glory for its liberation.
Paris, Paris outragé, Paris brisé, Paris martyrisé, mais Paris libéré, libéré par lui-même.
Meanwhile, As de Gaulle claimed the credit, the Allies continued the fighting. They crossed the River Seine and moved east towards Germany. As they did so, the German army was retreating in confusion. But the Allies were running into severe logistical problems. The fleeing Germans had trashed the French ports. That meant Allied supplies had to be brought in from Britain across the beaches of Normandy, and then transported several hundreds of miles along tortuous roads. Truck convoys, nicknamed the Red Ball Express from their identification sign, rolled forward day and night. But it was impossible to bring in enough supplies, particularly fuel, to maintain the Allied advance. A US armored division drank up to 25,000 gallons of fuel a day. Meanwhile, as supply problems slowed the Allied advance, Hitler was planning a new fight back. His plan? To destroy Allied morale by attacking civilian targets, particularly in Britain. His method? A new miracle weapon, the flying bomb. On June 13th, 1944, 10 were fired at London. 6 struck home. The Germans called it Vengeance Weapon 1, the V1. The British simply called it the Doodlebug. Armed with a warhead of just under 2,000 pounds, it could be launched from sites 130 miles away and could fly at 400 miles an hour. For the next few weeks, up to 100 Doodlebugs a day were fired at British cities from launch sites along the German-occupied Channel coast. They caused panic and confusion. More than 20,000 people were killed or wounded. The British set up a screen of anti-aircraft guns around the capital. Many flying bombs were shot down. The British also sent up fighters to intercept them, including their first operational jet, the Gloucester Meteor. But still, the V-1s kept arriving. Only when the Allies tracked down their launch sites in northern France did they stop. But the reprieve was only temporary. The Germans had a second miracle weapon up their sleeves. Hard on the heels of the V-1 came the much more sophisticated V-2 rocket. The first fell on London on September the 8th, 1944. The V-2s were launched from easily concealed mobile launchers 200 miles away. They traveled at 3,500 miles an hour and carried a 1-ton warhead. For 6 months, Britain had no response. Over 1,100 V-2s landed on defenseless British cities. They only stopped when the German positions in Europe were pushed so far back the launch sites were once again out of range of Britain. Yet, despite the horror and damage the V2s caused, British morale remained unbroken. Meanwhile, in mainland Europe, the Allied advance reached Brussels on September the 3rd, 1944. The next day, British forces took the huge Belgian port of Antwerp. It was still intact. Here, at last, seemed an answer to the Allies' logistic problems. New supplies could pour in through the port. But it was not to be so simple. Antwerp is 40 miles from the sea, up the River Scheldt. As the Germans pulled out of the city, they dug in along the waterway, turning it into a corridor of death. The river was also mined. It meant the port was unreachable from the sea. The Allied advance, now desperately low on supplies, was in danger of grinding to a halt. By autumn 1944, the Allied advance across Western Europe was running short of supplies. They needed a new plan if it was to move forward. It was now that the methodical and ultra-cautious British commander Bernard Montgomery came up with a bold, even reckless idea. Instead of large numbers of troops advancing across a wide front, why not send a smaller force to punch a single hole through the German defenses? It would be faster and much more economical. The idea was to drive a narrow corridor from east of Antwerp across southern Holland to the Dutch town of Arnhem, near the German border. The Allies would then push across the Rhine into Germany, outflanking the huge German defensive positions of the so-called Siegfried Line, and drive deep into the heart of Hitler's Reich. Montgomery's boss, General Dwight Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander in the West, had until now favored a broad, steady advance. But he unexpectedly agreed. However, it was never going to be easy. The route went over a mass of waterways. Airborne troops would have to be sent in to seize strategic bridges behind German lines at the towns of Wegel and Zonn, Grave and Nijmegen, and finally across the Rhine at Arnhem. Their task would be to hold the bridges while the main attack, led by a column of tanks, drove up from Belgium. Timing was critical. If the tank column took too long, the airborne troops holding the bridges would be overwhelmed. Operation Market Garden began early on the afternoon of September the 17th, 1944. 30,000 British and US airborne troops, equipped with gliders, landed in German-occupied territory. The US 101st Airborne, the Screaming Eagles, swiftly captured the bridge at Wegel. But their second objective, the bridge at Zonn, was blown up by the Germans just as the Americans approached. Further north, the US 82nd Airborne, the All-Americans, successfully seized the bridge at Graf. But stiff German resistance prevented them from capturing the second crucial bridge at Nijmegen. Meanwhile, at Arnhem, 2 brigades of the British 1st Airborne Division landed safely about 8 miles west of the town. But as the paratroops advanced towards Arnhem's vital bridge across the Rhine, they ran into 2 German panzer divisions. The British dropped reinforcements of men and machines. But as they drifted down to earth, they were cut to pieces by German fire. Finally, by 8 in the evening, after a day of fierce fighting, an Allied battalion reached the northern end of the bridge. But the Germans still held the other end. Operation Market Garden was in trouble. At the same time, the tank column, advancing up a single-track road, was also running into difficulties. As it drove towards the Dutch border on the first day, the lead vehicles were ambushed by German troops using the lethal handheld Panzerfaust anti-tank rocket. The advance was halted, while infantry was brought in to clear the way. The following day, the tank column reached Zon, but was delayed overnight while the bridge was replaced with a temporary structure. By the third day, it had crossed the bridges at Wegel and Graf, but was held up again by fierce resistance at Nijmegen. Finally, 4 days after starting out, the column was at last within striking distance of Arnhem. But it was too late. The British paratroops holding the northern end of the bridge had surrendered. Montgomery's daring plan had failed. Arnhem had proved a bridge too far. The war on the Western Front seemed to have ground to a standstill again. Then, 10 days later, the Allies launched a new effort to break the deadlock. The plan was to clear the seaway into Antwerp so that urgently needed supplies could be brought in. It was slow going. The Germans had flooded much of the area. It took Canadian troops 3 weeks to clear the riverbanks of German soldiers and machine gun nests. But still, the Germans clung on to the strategically important Walcheren Island. It had massive guns that commanded the river entrance. On November the 1st, 1944, British commandos were sent in to flush the Germans out. They were supported by 2 World War I monitors with huge 15-inch guns. The Germans held on for another week before they were finally overwhelmed. Allied minesweepers could now clear the seaway. Three weeks later, on November the 28th, 1944, the first supply ships reached Antwerp. Now, at last, the Allies could move on towards the German frontier. But then, just as the supplies had begun to flow, the weather changed. Autumn rain turned the battlefield into a swamp. By late 1944, the Allied advance had to stop again. The final defeat of Germany would have to wait until the spring. But even as the Allies waited, Hitler was preparing a massive response. By autumn 1944, the Allied armies were virtually lined up along the Belgian-German frontier, waiting for the winter weather to clear before they pushed on. Germany's situation was disastrous. Her forces were hugely outnumbered. They lacked air support, and they were desperately short of fuel. Nevertheless, Hitler, against the advice of his senior commanders, decided to launch a huge counterattack. It was a desperate gamble, but if it paid off, it might just change Germany's fortunes. His plan was to burst through the Allied lines in the Ardennes Hills and head for Antwerp. If he could retake the port, the Allied supply lines would be cut once again. Some 200,000 German troops and 950 tanks and tank destroyers were assembled in total radio silence. Hitler was calling on what was, in effect, his last remaining strategic reserve of troops. The Allies missed the build-up completely. As a result, the lines facing the German positions were only lightly manned. On December the 16th, 1944, the Germans opened fire. Soon afterwards, German tanks and infantry crossed the US lines. The Americans were caught completely by surprise. In fact, during the first day, General Omar Bradley, commander of US 12th Army Group, even refused to believe a major German assault was underway. American confusion was made worse when the Germans sent in English-speaking special forces in captured US uniforms and jeeps to carry out sabotage behind the US lines. American troops became so nervous that even General Bradley was stopped and asked to produce his identity papers to prove that he was not a German. But despite this, the US forces regrouped. Any Germans captured wearing US uniforms were summarily shot as spies. The Americans began to fight back. But the German advance had created a huge bulge in the Allied lines. The attack would become known as the Battle of the Bulge. It was now on the northern flank of this bulge that the Germans committed one of the worst atrocities of the war in Northwest Europe. SS Colonel Joachim Peiper captured some 150 members of a US artillery observation battalion near the village of Normandy. When, later, US forces retook the village, they found 85 bodies. Their comrades had been shot by their SS guards. It was a sign of how desperate the fight had become. As the German advance near Normandy continued, US combat engineers blew up bridges to slow it down. The Germans were forced to use precious supplies of fuel to look for alternative crossings. Meanwhile, on the southern flank of the bulge, US troops blocked road junctions to slow the German tanks. One of the most important crossroads was at the small Belgian town of Bastogne. Here the Allies sent in reinforcements. The Germans were forced to bypass it, but the US forces holding Bastogne blocked their supply lines. 2 days later, however, the Germans were approaching the town of Dinant, some 30 miles further west. Despite the setbacks, Hitler's gamble appeared to be paying off. The German bulge was moving forward. But their supply lines were now dangerously overextended, and they were running desperately low on fuel. The advance slowed. For almost a week in the biting cold, the two sides remained deadly. Neither could gain the upper hand. Then, on New Year's Day, 1945, the Luftwaffe launched a do-or-die assault on Allied bases. Over 300 Allied planes were destroyed. But the Luftwaffe lost several hundred too, far more than it could replace. As the weather now improved, the Allies took advantage of their overwhelming air power. US troops, temporarily under Montgomery's command, pushed in from the north. US General George Patton's forces squeezed from the south. Allied air power pummeled the German lines. The German bulge was slowly pushed back. By early February 1945, Hitler's gamble had failed. The Germans had retreated to their original positions. The attack had taken a heavy toll on their already depleted resources. Over 120,000 men were killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. Meanwhile, on the other side of Europe, Stalin now began to move on Germany's eastern border. In doing so, he would begin to redraw the political map of Europe. During the summer and autumn of 1944, as the Allies overran France and Belgium, in the east, the core of Stalin's Red Army was camped outside the Polish capital of Warsaw. For the Russian leader, the aim of the war had by now changed. It was no longer a matter of survival, or even of pushing the enemy out of the Soviet Union. It had become a political affair. Top of Stalin's agenda was building a buffer zone between the Soviet Union and Germany. One of the keys to this was Poland. The Russians and Poles had long hated each other. Soviet armies had collaborated with the Germans in carving up Poland in 1939. Then, in April 1943, German soldiers found the bodies of more than 4,000 Polish army officers in the Katyn woods near Smolensk in the Soviet Union. They had been murdered by the Russians. Stalin denied any involvement and blamed the Germans, but the Poles never believed him. Then, in the summer of 1944, the Polish Home Army in Warsaw rose up against its German occupiers. It was now that hostility between the two countries came to a head. The Home Army had been spurred on by a broadcast from Moscow on July the 29th, urging a popular uprising. In the first few days of the rising, it seized some 2/3 of the city. It had about 40,000 men and women, armed mainly with captured German weapons. There were also more than 200,000 unarmed helpers. But they lacked any weapons capable of repelling the German heavy armor. The Poles looked to the Soviet army, still camped just to the south, for help. But Stalin ordered it to do nothing and dismissed the Home Army's leadership as power-seeking criminals. German reinforcements poured into Warsaw under the command of SS General Erich von dem Bach-Zalewski. He was an expert in crushing and slaughtering partisan groups. The situation in the city became desperate. Savage house-to-house fighting raged for 2 months. The Home Army was forced back into an ever smaller area. The German advance was accompanied by rape and murder. Wounded prisoners were burned alive. Women and children were used as human shields. The Polish forces were forced back into the cellars and sewers. But still, the Red Army sat back. Stalin's reasoning was simple. He saw the Polish Home Army as pro-Western and anti-communist. He reasoned that if it and its supporters were destroyed, it would clear the way for the Polish communists to take power. By October the 2nd, the Germans had done just what Stalin had hoped. The Home Army and its sympathizers were crushed. Over 15,000 army members and 200,000 civilians died. Some 15,000 people surrendered. Hitler now set about the complete destruction of the city. Warsaw was razed to the ground. The remnants of the Home Army went underground. Later, when the Red Army finally moved into Warsaw, they would be hunted down by Soviet secret police. Stalin's scheming had worked. Pro-Western Polish forces had been smashed, and the country would, after the war, become a key buffer state between Russia and the West. In London, the British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, was appalled by Stalin's conduct. But he was also a pragmatist. In October 1944, Churchill went to Moscow. It was several months after the crushing of the Warsaw Uprising. There he agreed with Stalin on a division of the European spoils. According to a document Churchill scribbled down, the Soviets would have 90% of the influence in Romania and the British 90% in Greece. In Bulgaria, the Soviets would have 75% influence and 50% in Yugoslavia and Hungary. The future of Poland was left vague, probably deliberately. Churchill described it as the naughty document. The wording was confusing, and nobody was sure quite what it meant, but Stalin happily agreed to it. He was probably aware that the winner would take all, and he intended to be the winner in most of Eastern Europe and the Balkans. Churchill never told the Americans about the document. He knew that they would be horrified by such old-fashioned imperialism between the European powers. But the US found out soon enough. In late 1944, the Germans pulled out of Greece. The country descended into a civil war between the monarchists and the communists. Churchill wanted his 90% influence and sent in British troops to support the pro-Western monarchists. Stalin, mindful of the naughty document, did not object. But the Americans were outraged at what they saw as such blatant meddling in another country's affairs. But by the end of 1944, there was a more pressing issue. Western and Soviet forces were about the same distance away from Berlin. The race was on to be the first to get there. But even before it began, new and shocking news came out of the East. On July the 23rd, 1944, as Soviet forces advanced through eastern Poland, they overran a small village called Majdanek. Nearby, they found a prison compound. They quickly realized it was no ordinary camp. They found specially built gas chambers and incinerators. Near them were piles of corpses. It was a camp designed for the mass murder of Jews.
Kann ich nur zur Antwort geben für eine Regierung. Wir wollen nicht leben.
Adolf Hitler had always been anti-Semitic. When in the 1930s he had come to power, many German Jews had been forced to flee. Those who couldn't were persecuted and deprived of their rights. Then, in the summer of 1939, the Germans invaded Poland. Suddenly, the German Reich found itself ruling 2 million more Jews. So the Nazis sent in special SS squads, the Einsatzgruppen, whose job was to round them up. Many Jews were immediately shot. The remainder were herded into walled ghettos in the major cities, while the Germans worked out how to solve what they called the Jewish problem. Life in the ghettos was harsh. People were systematically starved and beaten. Two years later, the German army entered the Soviet Union. Millions more Jews suddenly found themselves under Nazi rule. Here, the Einsatzgruppen were helped by the local population, which was often anti-Semitic and only too willing to carry out pogroms of its own. Hundreds of thousands of Jews were rounded up and exterminated. The most notorious pogrom occurred at Babi Yar in Kiev. 33,000 Jews were shot in cold blood. But machine gunning was an expensive way of dealing with the Jewish problem. Nor was it popular with many German soldiers. So, at a conference in January 1942, the SS leadership cast round for more efficient solutions. First, it tried using carbon monoxide fumes. But that didn't kill enough people quickly enough. The conference eventually agreed to set up a series of camps where Europe's Jewish population would be systematically exterminated. There would be 6 of these death camps, all in Poland. They were at Majdanek, Sobibor, Treblinka, Chelmno, Belzec, and Birkenau. As the camps were being built, the Jewish ghettos were liquidated. One notorious example was in Warsaw. Here, as the Germans moved into the ghetto to clear it out, the inhabitants fought back. They held out for nearly a month. "7,000 died in the fighting before they were overwhelmed. Those who had survived it were rounded up and sent to Treblinka. Here they entered what was rapidly becoming a highly organized system of slave labor and extermination. New inhabitants arrived at the camps in cattle trucks from all over Europe. At places like Birkenau, the extermination facilities were next to work camps like Auschwitz. At facilities like this, the new arrivals were sorted. Able-bodied men and a few women went to the work camp to be worked to death as slaves. Children, the old, and most of the women went straight to the gas chambers. They were stripped and their heads shaved. Next, they were herded, up to 2,000 at a time, into sealed rooms disguised as showers. SS officers then poured Zyklon B crystals through a trap in the roof to form a deadly gas. It was far more effective than carbon monoxide. At Auschwitz-Birkenau, the gas chambers could kill over 10,000 people a day. Small groups of prisoners known as Sonderkommandos were used to clear the bodies out of the chambers. Some bodies were burnt in pits, some in crematoria. The camps could also be profitable businesses. Major German companies built factories near them and paid the SS, which administered the camps, to hire Jews as slaves. The belongings and hair of those gassed were sold off, their gold teeth melted down and hoarded. For most Jews, resistance was almost impossible. At Treblinka, Sobibor and Birkenau, however, the Sonderkommandos mounted brief and doomed rebellions. But in July 1944, most of this was still unknown. As news began to seep out of the Russian find at Majdanek, most people simply found it unbelievable. Yet today we know that people in the West, like Churchill, almost certainly knew more than they admitted. During 1943 and 44, several reports reached London about what was going on inside the extermination camps. But nothing was done. Today, it is estimated some 6 million Jews were exterminated in Hitler's camps. What the Allies had never understood, until the war was over, was the vast scale of the Nazi extermination campaign. Nor did they grasp the sheer quantity of resources the Germans were prepared to devote to it when Germany was facing its final days. By early 1943, the Japanese Empire was at its height. The country had occupied Malaya and Burma, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies, Indonesia today. These territories had become vital sources of strategic supplies such as oil and rubber. Now the United States laid plans to roll back the Japanese gains. The aim was to cut the country's supply lines by seizing the occupied territories. Japan could then be gradually strangled to death. But to win in the vast expanse of the Pacific, the US would need to develop new forms of mobile warfare. They would be based on amphibious landings supported by aircraft flying from carriers. The Japanese, unable to match American firepower, resorted to increasingly desperate measures. The country fell back on ancient notions of military honor to create suicide units. The result would be a terrible loss of life. This would be a decisive phase in the war in the Pacific and would mark the end of Japan's dreams of empire. But this was to come. Back in the spring of 1943, the US military chiefs faced a dilemma. They had been presented with two options for the defeat of Japan. The flamboyant US Army General Douglas MacArthur, commander of the US and Australian forces in the Southwest Pacific, favored a primarily land-based route. His idea was to seize the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines. They could then be turned into a strategic barrier that would cut off Japan from its newly conquered lands in Burma, Malaya, and the Dutch East Indies. Japan would be starved into surrender. Equally importantly, this plan would mean MacArthur could repay a debt. Earlier in the war, he had been kicked out of the Philippines by the Japanese, and he had promised to return to liberate the country. But the US Navy had a different idea. It would bypass the heavily defended Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines. Instead, it would seize a string of much smaller islands scattered across the Central Pacific and close to the Japanese homeland. Rather than a barrier, the US would have a series of strategic bases from which to attack Japan's supply lines. They argued it would be swifter and much more economical. The American military command put off the decision. Both the Army and Navy were told to go ahead. In June 1943, MacArthur's plan was launched. It was called Operation Cartwheel. The first target was the major Japanese military base at Rabaul on New Britain in the Solomon Islands. It would be a two-pronged attack. The eastern prong fought its way up through New Georgia and Bougainville. The western prong battled its way through Papua New Guinea. But the virtually impenetrable jungle and unhealthy climate made progress slow. It was nearly 9 months before the pincers met, and the Japanese base at Rabaul was isolated. Meanwhile, as the US Army took control of the Solomon Islands, the US Navy mustered a mighty fleet. It included the first 4 of the brand new Essex-class aircraft carriers. They were bigger and faster than anything before. The new carriers were equipped with outstanding new planes like the Hellcat and Corsair fighters, Helldiver dive bombers, and Avenger torpedo bombers. Together, they both outperformed and outnumbered their Japanese opponents. The Navy's first targets were the Japanese garrisons on the coral atolls of Tarawa and Makin in the Gilbert Islands. These were close to some of the most important supply routes across the Pacific. For a week, the atolls were bombed by carrier-based aircraft. Then, on November the 20th, 1943, there was an amphibious landing. Macon was captured with little difficulty. But Tarawa was a different story. Reconnaissance had failed to reveal that the water was too shallow for the landing craft. As the Marines waded ashore, they came under intense fire. The island was honeycombed with fortified machine gun nests. US troops who made it to dry land were pinned down on the beach. By the end of the day, over 1,500 of the 5,000 US Marines landed had been killed or severely injured. Over the next 2 days, frontal assaults pushed the Japanese back inch by inch. Very often, only flamethrowers could eliminate the Japanese strongpoints. It took 3 days before the last pocket of Japanese resistance was wiped out. Of the 4,200 Japanese troops on the island, only 17 were captured alive. Tarawa was a terrible forerunner of what was to come. The Japanese had shown that there would be no question of surrender. They would fight to the death. It was a grim prospect. In January 1944, America's naval offensive in the Pacific moved on to the Marshall Islands. Admiral Chester Nimitz, the U.S. naval commander in the Central Pacific, was anxious to avoid another bloodbath. So, aircraft from his carrier force bombed Japanese airfields on the islands for nearly 2 months. Finally, on February the 1st, 1944, he sent in the assault forces. The flat and open island of Roy was quickly overrun. But the islands of Kwajalein and Namur were wooded, and the Japanese resisted fanatically. US forces used flamethrowers and explosives. The Japanese responded by launching suicidal banzai charges. But the US forces now knew what to expect. The Japanese were beaten back. over 8,000 Japanese soldiers died for the loss of less than 400 US lives. Atoll after atoll in the Marshall Islands now fell to the US advance. Kwajalein was followed by Atoll. The island of Truk was bypassed and cut off. Though a small Japanese garrison would remain undefeated until the end of the war. The way was now clear for the next push, 1,000 miles west towards the Mariana Islands. If captured, the islands would put the Japanese mainland within range of US heavy bombers. They would also enable America to block Japan's supply lines from Southeast Asia. On June 11, 1944, the US started to soften up the three main islands in the Marianas. Four days later, Marines stormed the beaches of the northerly island of Saipan. This time, the terrain was mountainous, with many caves, and the preliminary bombardment had not disrupted the Japanese defenses as much as had been hoped. Nevertheless, by the end of the day, the American bridgehead was secure. In Tokyo, the news caused mounting alarm. The Japanese High Command now sent a carrier fleet to rescue the situation and save the Marianas. But the task force was spotted by US submarines. The Americans sent their main carrier force to intercept the Japanese. On the morning of June the 19th, 1944, the Japanese launched airstrikes against the US ships. But US radar saw them coming. "450 fighters were scrambled to intercept the Japanese planes. It turned into the largest aircraft carrier battle ever fought. The US task force had 15 aircraft carriers and more than 900 aircraft. Ranged against it, the Japanese had 9 carriers and nearly 500 aircraft. But Japan had lost many of its experienced air crews during the Solomon and Marshall Islands campaigns. Its novice pilots faced battle-hardened US flyers. The Japanese were outgunned and outfought. It would go down in history as the great Marianas Turkey Shoot. Half an hour into the battle, a torpedo from a US submarine hit the newest and largest Japanese carrier, the Taiho, while she was still launching aircraft. The Battle of the Philippine Sea had claimed its first major victim. At around the same time, another US submarine torpedoed the carrier Shokaku. She was completely destroyed. Nevertheless, the Japanese commander decided to continue with the operation, hoping to stop further US landings in the Marianas. For much of the following day, the US forces tried to pin down the exact location of the remaining Japanese carriers.
Bearing 096.
It took them until the afternoon to find them. It was late in the day to launch an attack, and the aircraft would have to fly at the limit of their range. But the US task force commander, Admiral Mark Mitcher, decided to gamble and attack. A third Japanese carrier, the Hayo, was hit and sunk. The Japanese had lost over 300 aircraft. But as the US planes now returned, dangerously short of fuel, they ran into a problem. In the gathering darkness, they couldn't find their own carriers. Many ran out of fuel and had to ditch in the sea. Mitcher, in an act of extraordinary courage, ordered his carriers to switch on their lights to guide in the returning aircraft. Fortunately for the Americans, there were no Japanese submarines to see them. Nevertheless, over 80 US planes were lost, either through having to ditch in the sea or through crashing while they landed. But Japanese losses had been even greater. 3 carriers and most of the aircraft needed to equip its remaining carrier fleet were gone. From now on, the United States Navy would dominate the Pacific, striking when and where it wanted. The Japanese naval defeat in the Philippine Sea meant the United States could now press on with its assault on the Marianas. The Japanese forces on Saipan held out for 3 weeks before they were overcome on July the 9th, 1944. The final horror came when thousands of Japanese civilians were persuaded to jump to their deaths from the cliffs rather than be captured by the Americans. The last Japanese troops then launched their now inevitable suicide charge. Virtually the entire 32,000-strong garrison was killed. Over 3,000 Americans also died. Two weeks later, US Marines landed on the islands of Guam and Tinian, also in the Marianas. Once again, they faced suicidal Japanese counterattacks. But they failed to stop the American advance. The US Navy had seized the Marianas. Both the US Army and Navy offensives had now completed the first phase of their separate strategies to isolate Japan. the US military planners now had to make a choice. Should they continue to back MacArthur's strategy and move on to the capture of the Philippines? Or should they go with the naval plan and send a fleet across the Pacific to seize Taiwan or the Ryukyu Islands? The naval option would isolate Japan without the need for an almost certainly lengthy and bloody operation to take the Philippines. But at a meeting in Hawaii on July the 26th, 1944, MacArthur charmed President Roosevelt into backing his plan to liberate the Philippines. The Navy was instructed to support it before returning to its island-hopping strategy. It was a decision that would cost a horrendous number of both military and civilian lives. The following month, US forces landed on the Philippine island of Leyte. They took the Japanese by surprise. They had expected the first US landing to be on the main island of Luzon. Within hours, MacArthur was striding ashore with press photographers in attendance. He later made a broadcast to the Philippine people.
I see that the old flagstaff still stands. Have your troops hoist the colors to its peak, and let no enemy ever haul them down.
But the Japanese soon recovered and launched an ambitious plan to use the remains of their naval power to counterattack. Operation Show, meaning victory, was typically complex. The main strength of the Japanese fleet was divided into two groups to form a pincer. One pincer would approach through the San Bernardino Straits and attack the US landing from the north. The second would come in through the Surigao Straits and attack from the south. Meanwhile, a decoy group of Japan's last 4 carriers would approach the Philippines from the northeast, hoping to lure away the main US carrier force covering the landing. The northern arm of the Japanese pincer came under air attack almost immediately. After nearly 2 days of bombardment, the super battleship Musashi was sunk. The northern pincer then appeared to retreat. It was now that the US commanders got into a muddle. The man in charge of the main carrier force covering the landings was Admiral William Bull Halsey. He now got word of the Japanese carriers approaching from the northeast. Halsey, believing the northern pincer was no longer a threat, set off to intercept them. He had fallen for the Japanese decoy. The force protecting the US landing was now severely weakened. But the commander of this force now inadvertently compounded the problem. Unaware that Halsey had taken off, he sent his battleships to ambush the southern arm of the Japanese pincer. It looked like a spectacular success. But then disaster struck. The northern arm of the Japanese pincer had only pretended to retreat. Under cover of darkness, it turned round and headed back. It then attacked the hugely depleted force protecting the US landing. Only a handful of small escort carriers and destroyers faced the Japanese super battleship Yamato and 3 other battleships. It was now the turn of the Americans to put up a desperate fight. The Japanese tactic had caught the US aircraft unprepared. They were armed with high explosives for land operations rather than armor-piercing bombs for ships. Then, just as it seemed the Japanese must break through, they suddenly turned tail. Their commander had worried he was sailing into a trap. Meanwhile, to the north, Halsey's headlong rush to intercept the Japanese decoy force finally paid off. October the 25th, 1944, all 4 Japanese carriers were sunk. The Battle of Leyte Gulf had completely finished off Japan's once proud navy. There was now little hope of holding back the American advance. For Japan, it was time for desperate measures. The stage was set for a terrible climax to MacArthur's plan. By the autumn of 1944, the Allies had isolated the Japanese forces in the Philippines. Their naval support had been destroyed. Japan needed a new tactic if it was to hold back the American advance. The Japanese commander in the islands called for volunteers to join special units. They were called the kamikazes, or divine wind, and drew on the Japanese military code of honor that it was better to die than live as a coward. They were suicide units. On October the 25th, 1944, the first kamikaze unit took a final ceremonial drink before taking off. Its target was the US fleet. The escort carrier, St. Lo, was sunk, and 2 others badly damaged. Further kamikaze attacks followed. Not all were restricted to the air. The Japanese troops now began strapping mines to their bodies and deliberately diving under US tanks. The American advance through the Philippine island of Leyte slowed. It would take 2 months before the island was finally secured. Over 70,000 Japanese troops had lost their lives. The Americans had lost nearly 16,000 men. But MacArthur was undaunted. He now moved on to the main Philippine island of Luzon. The defenses were, as usual, softened up by air attacks. The US troops went ashore virtually unopposed. But as they advanced, Japanese resistance stiffened. Tanks, artillery, mortars, and flamethrowers were used to destroy a succession of Japanese strongholds. Painfully, the US forces battled forward. By January the 23rd, 1945, they had reached the major air base of Clark Field, 60 miles from the capital, Manila. A week later, they were approaching the capital itself. Manila was famous for its architectural beauty. The Japanese regional commander had taken a decision to preserve its buildings by not defending it. But the junior Japanese garrison commander disobeyed orders and refused to withdraw. His 20,000 troops pledged to defend Manila to the death. There now began a ferocious month-long battle to seize the Philippine capital. The US troops fought their way into the city. At first, they too tried to preserve the major buildings. But as they ran into snipers, machine gun nests, and hidden artillery, they were forced to reduce much of the city to rubble. By the end of February, the Japanese defenders had been driven back into the 16th century citadel of Intramuros. It would take another week of fierce fighting to flush them out. Finally, on April the 13th, 1945, US forces mounted an amphibious attack on Manila Bay's last fortification, Fort Drum, the concrete battleship in the harbor. Its ventilation shafts were packed with kerosene, white phosphorus, and explosives. None of the defenders survived. The battle for Manila had been an horrific affair. Thousands of Japanese and US soldiers had died. But the real horror was that some 100,000 civilians also lost their lives. Many massacred indiscriminately by the Japanese during the final days of fighting. Elsewhere in the Philippines, there were more than 50 US landings on other smaller islands. But it would take until the end of the war before the last pockets of Japanese resistance were finally flushed out. MacArthur's conquest of the Philippines had proved as difficult and costly in lives as his critics had feared. It may also have been unnecessary. By now, US submarines had virtually cut off Japan from its supply lines, and the Navy was closing in on the homeland itself. The Japanese merchant fleet was particularly vulnerable. It was rarely organized into convoys, and anyway, there weren't enough escort vessels to protect them. By the end of 1944, so many Japanese merchant ships had been sunk, the US Navy was having problems finding new targets. US submarines now moved in ever closer to the shores of the Japanese home islands. Japan was being starved of fuel, food, and raw materials. The US Navy's submarines in the Pacific had succeeded, where German U-boats in the Atlantic had failed, in bringing an island nation close to defeat. But now, the US forces faced the daunting prospect of invading its fanatical enemy's homeland. By spring 1945, US forces were closing in on Japan from the south and east. But to the west, in China, Burma, and India, a separate campaign had been unfolding. Japan had invaded China in 1937. The United States had regarded the Chinese leader, Chiang Kai-shek, as a Western ally and sent aid. Much of it went in through British-controlled Burma along the so-called Burma Road over the mountains to southern China. Then, in 1942, Japan invaded Burma and kicked out the British. The Burma Road was shut down. Six months later, Britain launched the first of a series of attacks to retake Burma and reopen the road. The first, in late 1942, advanced down the Burmese coast from India. But the Japanese crushed it. The second, 9 months later, tried a different approach. Instead of sending in a conventional force, small groups of soldiers were infiltrated deep behind Japanese lines. They were known as Chindits and were the brainchild of an unconventional officer called Ord Wingate. Their task was to destroy railway lines and disrupt Japanese communications.
Chindits, that's the name for the guardian statues which stand at the steps of Burmese pagodas. A name from legend that's become flesh and blood, living guardians of Burma's liberty.
But the Japanese soon began to hunt them down. By mid-April 1943, over 1/3 of the Chindit forces had been killed. The remainder were forced back into India. The struggle to retake Burma was becoming a serious problem. So, in late 1943, the Allies turned to U.S. General Joseph Stilwell.
We got run out of Burma, and it's humiliating as hell. I think we ought to find out what caused it, go back and retake the place.
Stilwell had spent years helping to overhaul the forces of neighboring China. The Allies now decided to put them to the test. Stilwell's Chinese soldiers, reinforced by an elite US group of jungle fighters known as Merrill's Marauders, would be sent into Burma. In October 1943, they crossed the border and made their way down the east side of the country. Meanwhile, the British India Army launched a diversionary strike along the Burmese coast. Finally, Chindits moved into northern Burma, deep behind enemy lines, to cut Japanese supply routes. The Japanese fell for the diversionary tactic and sent forces to counterattack along the coast. 2 divisions of troops from British India came under fierce fire. But the Allied forces stood their ground. They were resupplied from the air. They could now fight back, and 2 weeks later, the Japanese withdrew. But it was only a temporary reprieve. The Japanese launched a counteroffensive of their own. In March 1944, they invaded India in an attempt to disrupt Allied preparations for further attacks. For 2 weeks, there was intense fighting. The towns of Kohima and Imphal were besieged. But there was stiff resistance, and the Japanese were finally forced to withdraw. Over 65,000 of them were killed. It was a major blow to their military strength in the region. Meanwhile, in Burma, Stilwell's Chinese forces had fought their way down the east side of the country, and by May 1944 had reached the important crossroads town of Michigan on the old Burma Road. For 3 months, the Japanese held them off. But in early August 1944, Myitkyina was overrun. The way was now clear for Stilwell's men to push further on down the east side of the country. They were soon joined by a fresh force of Anglo-Indian troops under British General William Slim. This began advancing into the center of the country. In early March 1945, Slim's forces took the important communications center of Mektila. Soon afterwards, they seized Mandalay. With the monsoon season now approaching, Stilwell's forces dug in on the east. But Slim's forces pushed on towards the Burmese capital of Rangoon. They were slowed down by the rain. But by early May 1945, the Allied troops were 20 miles north of Rangoon. Allied reinforcements were now sent in from the south to support them. Gurkhas parachuted into the Irrawaddy Delta. An Indian division came in by sea. On May the 3rd, 1945, the Allied forces finally entered Rangoon. But the city was empty. The Japanese had pulled out rather than risk being cut off. The monsoon was now in full flow. But the campaign to clear the Japanese out of Burma was effectively over. The next stop in the war in Southeast Asia would be Malaya. But for all the success, Allied losses in the war against the Japanese had been terrible. The Americans were desperate to find a way to bring the war to an end without having to invade the Japanese homeland. By early 1945, Hitler's Third Reich was entering its death throes. In the west, Allied forces had pushed to within striking distance of the Rhine. In the east, the Red Army was crossing the Polish border into Germany. As the Allies battled their way towards Berlin from east and west, the Germans fought them all the way. But it was a hopeless task. By May 1945, Hitler would be dead, and Germany finally defeated. February 1945, and the Allied forces in the West had assembled near the Rhine for the final push into Germany. In the north were the massed ranks of Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery's 21st Army Group. To its south was General Omar Bradley's 12th Army Group. It included the U.S. Third Army, commanded by General George Patton. On February the 8th, Montgomery's Army Group launched a two-pronged assault on German forces defending the Rhine. The northern prong had to fight its way through the wooded countryside. The southern prong was delayed when the Germans released water from a series of dams, flooding the surrounding area. It would be over 2 weeks before the two prongs met up on the west bank of the Rhine. By early March 1945, Montgomery's forces were in control of some 60 miles of the west bank of the river. The next task was to cross it. South of Montgomery, Bradley's armies were also moving eastwards, looking for a route across the river. On March the 7th, 1945, they reached the Rhine at Cologne. But Hitler had ordered all the bridges to be destroyed. Then, as the US forces explored further south, they found one bridge still intact near the small town of Remagen. They made a dash for it, brushing aside German resistance. Then, just as they were about to cross it, there was an explosion. But, against the odds, the bridge remained standing. A small group of Americans raced across it, desperately cutting any wires that looked like demolition cables. US commanders began to push men across as fast as possible. The Allies had at last penetrated the German heartland. In Berlin, news of the capture of the bridge at Remagen infuriated Hitler. 5 junior officers were court-martialed. 4 were shot. In addition, the long-suffering German commander in the West, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, was sacked. It was the second time it had happened to him in less than a year. He was replaced by veteran commander Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, who'd been in overall charge in North Africa and Italy. Over the next week, the Germans launched desperate air attacks to try and destroy the bridge at Remagen. None of them succeeded. Then, suddenly, on March the 17th, while combat engineers were repairing it, the bridge unexpectedly collapsed. 28 men plunged to their deaths. The first Allied thrust into Germany had been blocked. Meanwhile, further north, Montgomery was preparing the first full-scale Allied crossing of the Rhine. On March the 23rd, 1945, he launched an aerial bombardment on German forces defending the east bank of the river. Some 200 RAF Lancaster bombers virtually flattened the town of Wesel. Then British commandos in Buffalo amphibious vehicles crossed. They met little opposition from the dazed German defenders. Other divisions followed. The crossing lasted all night. The following day, in the largest airborne operation of the war, 17,000 men of British 6th and US 17th Airborne Divisions were dropped to seize key positions east of the river. They were met by heavy German anti-aircraft fire. A newsreel report told the story.
In a short time, hundreds of gliders make their hazardous landings, their men beginning the fight as soon as they land. One glider has its wing shot away when only 50 feet from the ground.
More than half the gliders were destroyed or damaged before landing. But within hours, the paratroopers linked up with Montgomery's land forces and the Allied bridgehead was secured. It should have been, for the ferociously competitive Montgomery, a moment of glory. But he'd been upstaged. The night before, his great rival, General Patton, had unexpectedly crossed the Rhine near Oppenheim and had already entered Germany. It was a sign of the intense rivalry between Montgomery and American commanders as they competed to be the first into Germany. Over the next few days, there were more Allied crossings. German defenses along the Rhine collapsed. In the north, Montgomery now pushed deeper into Germany, towards Munster. In the south, Bradley's forces, including Patton's Third Army, pushed east towards Marburg and Lauterbach. The major German city of Frankfurt am Main was circled and bypassed. Die-hard German troops fought back ferociously. But by now there was no question that the Germans were finished. The only issue was when they would realize it. As the Western Allies battled their way across West Germany, Stalin's Red Army in Poland prepared to launch a major offensive on Germany's eastern border. Hitler's forces in the region were poorly equipped and ill-prepared to repel an attack. The supplies of weapons had run so low, they were reduced to using First World War rifles. German intelligence estimated the Red Army's infantry outnumbered them 11-1. The Russians also had vastly more tanks and artillery. But the Germans had nothing left. Hitler's strategic reserve had already been used up on the Western Front. On January the 12th, 1945, the Russian offensive began with the usual artillery barrage. It stretched along a 300-mile front. A week later, the Red Army drove into the devastated remains of Warsaw. They then pushed westwards towards the German border, 300 miles away. To the south, a second Soviet force took the Polish town of Krakow on January the 18th. As the Soviet forces now raced westwards on a broad front across Poland, they left behind pockets of German resistance in cities like Poznan and Breslau. These would later be mopped up. By the end of January 1945, Soviet troops had crossed the German border and reached the river Oder. The Russians were now just an hour's drive east of Berlin. For the veteran Russian commander Georgy Zhukov, it had been a triumph. He had traveled 300 miles in just 14 days. It was one of the fastest and longest blitzkrieg advances in military history. Zhukov's troops now paused to catch their breath and bring up supplies. They were soon joined by a second group of Soviet armies that dug in to their south on the river Neisse. Meanwhile, a third Russian force penned the remnants of the German armies in East Prussia into the Baltic port of Königsberg, Kaliningrad today. Hitler had appointed the SS chief Heinrich Himmler to command his forces in the neighboring region. It was a sign of how deeply he had come to distrust his army generals. But Himmler had no military knowledge or experience. During February 1945, troops under Himmler's command were torn apart by Russian forces moving west. This time Hitler could have sent reserves. A large force of German troops still occupied the Courland Peninsula in neighboring Latvia. But in another bizarre decision, Hitler refused to allow it to break out and provide assistance. He was still committed to holding on to land, his Lebensraum, however irrelevant or wasteful it might now be. It meant some 200,000 German troops spent the final months of the war doing nothing. The Red Army now prepared for its final assault on Berlin. It lay less than 50 miles away. In Germany, the imminent Soviet invasion caused mass panic among the civilian population. The Russians had seen firsthand the horrors perpetrated by the Germans in the Soviet Union. They'd witnessed whole towns and villages destroyed, their inhabitants massacred. They were now very clearly looking for revenge. There were horrific tales of Russian rape, murder, and pillage. In snow and bitter sub-zero temperatures, more than 5 million German civilians on the Eastern Front fled their homes and flooded west to seek refuge. 2 million people were evacuated by sea from German-held ports along the Baltic coast. They were easy pickings for Soviet submarines. "24 German passenger ships were torpedoed. They included the cruise liner Wilhelm Gustloff, which had over 10,000 people on board. Barely 1,000 survived, the worst loss of life ever in a single incident at sea. Hitler's acting Chief of Staff, General Heinz Guderian, now urged the Führer to bring back any units that could be spared from the Western Front to defend Berlin. Hitler agreed and brought back the elite 6th SS Panzer Army. But he didn't send it to Berlin. He sent it to Hungary. He had become obsessed with defending Germany's last remaining source of oil, the Hungarian oil field west of Lake Balaton. It was an ill-considered decision. In Hungary, the panzers were hopelessly outnumbered by the Russians. To make matters worse, the weather conspired against them. A sudden thaw turned the ground into a sea of mud. For several days, the panzers struggled to hold back the advancing Russians. But they were steadily forced back into Austria. Soon they were drawn into the defense of Vienna as the Red Army advanced towards the Austrian capital. But 6th SS Panzer Army was a spent force. Its commander, SS General Sepp Dietrich, had no illusions. "We call ourselves," he said, "the 6th Panzer Army because we have only 6 panzers left." On April the 10th, the Red Army swept them aside and took Vienna. As they did so, the question now became, who would be the first to reach Berlin? Would it be the Red Army or the Western Allies? The race for Berlin had become not just a military, but a political issue. By March 1945, the Red Army was lined up along the River Oder, awaiting a final assault on Berlin. It presented the Allied military command in the West with a dilemma. Berlin was less than 300 miles from their advanced positions. Most Allied commanders wanted to race to the city to beat the Russians. But at a conference a month earlier in the Black Sea port of Yalta, the Allied leaders had divided up Germany into zones of influence. Berlin was firmly inside the Russian zone. So Eisenhower was instructed to tell his commanders to ignore Berlin and spread out to take the rest of the country. On April the 1st, US troops surrounded the German industrial cities in the Ruhr. German soldiers occupying the area put up a stiff resistance. When, 2 weeks later, the area fell, more than 325,000 troops were taken prisoner. It was one of the largest number of German prisoners taken in the war so far. The German commander, the die-hard Nazi Field Marshal Walter Mödel, committed suicide. Elsewhere in the country, resistance was more patchy, and General Bradley's armies stormed across Germany. By April the 18th, 1945, the US forces had punched a corridor through to the Czech border, splitting Germany in two. Meanwhile, north of the Ruhr, Montgomery's Canadian First Army began the liberation of Holland. The Dutch had suffered horrendously during the bitter winter of 1944-1945. The German occupying force had deliberately taken supplies of food and fuel from the country to use elsewhere. There had been widespread deaths from starvation and cold. The Dutch town of Arnhem was seized on April the 15th, 1945. Progress was rapid, and on the following day the Canadians had liberated Groningen, close to the Dutch north coast. That left a German army virtually intact, but surrounded near Amsterdam. Soon afterwards, a ceasefire was negotiated. Allied aircraft now roared over the Dutch countryside, dropping food and medical supplies. At the same time, the British Second Army, also under Montgomery's command, pushed fast across the North German plain. Osnabrück fell on April the 4th. The British were soon at the German port of Bremen. Here, there was fierce German resistance. It took 9 days of house-to-house fighting before the port was secured. Two days later, Montgomery's British forces reached the Elbe at Lauenburg. As the Allies advanced across Germany, they now came across horrific new evidence of the Nazis' final solution. In early April 1945, US troops overran a concentration camp at Ohrdruf, near Weimar, in central Germany. A visibly shocked General Eisenhower paid a visit. The SS had evacuated most of the prisoners, but they had left behind piles of bodies. 8 days later, British troops overran another concentration camp at Belsen, north of Hanover. Here they discovered over 70,000 prisoners. Thousands were already dead. The remainder were starving and disease-ridden. A radio broadcast by the BBC correspondent Richard Dimbleby gave the horrific details.
I passed through the barrier and found myself in the world of a nightmare. The living lay with their heads against the corpses, and around them moved the awful, ghostly procession of emaciated, aimless people, with nothing to do and no hope of life, unable to move out of your way, unable to look at the terrible sights around them. It was as though they were waiting their turn. This is what the Germans did. Let there be no mistake about it, did deliberately and slowly.
Meanwhile, far to the south, in Italy, the German front was also starting to collapse. The German forces were dug in across the Apennine Mountains. Field Marshal Sir Harold Alexander, the Allied commander in the Mediterranean, now launched a spring offensive. On April the 9th, 1945, British troops attacked, pulling German forces in from along the front. Five days later, US troops also moved forward and swiftly reached the south bank of the River Po. The Germans retreated to the north bank. But Hitler's commander in Italy, General Heinrich von Vietinghoff, had no illusions that he could hold back the Allied advance for long. So he now made approaches to the Allies and on April the 29th surrendered unconditionally. It would take effect from May the 2nd, 1945. This was the first formal surrender of German forces anywhere in Europe. The war was moving swiftly towards a conclusion. Back in Germany, American and Russian forces had by now met up on the Elbe near Leipzig.
The moment the world has been awaiting so long, when a lie from west meets a lie from east. The meeting was achieved on April 26, when a detachment of the American 69th Infantry Division, under Major General Reinhardt, was rowed across the Elbe to the Russians assembled on the far bank.
The stage was set for the final assault on Berlin. Hitler was desperate. He now turned to the old and very young for help in defending the city. His 1,000-year Reich was preparing for its final, apocalyptic struggle to survive. On April the 1st, 1945, Joseph Stalin summoned his top commanders to Moscow to receive their orders for the capture of Berlin. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, Russia's most successful commander, would make the main assault from his bridgehead on the Oder River. A second group of Soviet armies, under Marshal Ivan Konev, would cross the river Neisse further south and push deep into Germany, bypassing the German capital. Between them, they represented a massive Soviet force of over 2.5 million men. They were equipped with 6,000 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 40,000 guns, mortars, and rocket launchers. But the Germans were never going to make it easy. The city was defended by about 1 million troops. Many were dug into strong defensive positions, particularly along the Silo Heights, a steep escarpment rising out of the Oder Valley and slap in front of Zhukov's point of assault. The defenders were a mixed bunch of combat veterans, SS fanatics, and inexperienced conscripts, some as young as 14, as well as elderly members of the Volkssturm, or People's Army. By now, Hitler had retired to a bunker under the Reich's chancellery in Berlin. He was a heavily medicated and shambling figure who spent much of his time issuing increasingly unrealistic orders to largely imaginary armies. His public appearances were becoming ever more rare. But in early March, he was persuaded to visit some of the troops preparing to defend the Oder Line. Later in the same month, he emerged to inspect a small group of Hitler Youth soldiers. It was his last ever appearance before the cameras. Then, on April 13th, 1945, the US President, Franklin Roosevelt, died of a heart attack. He had been one of the architects of the war, responsible for throwing America's might behind the Allied offensive. The Nazi propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, seized on the event to encourage his increasingly befuddled Führer to believe the Allied alliance would collapse. A German victory could still be snatched from the jaws of defeat. But any illusions were rapidly dispelled. 3 days after Roosevelt's death, Zhukov began his assault on Berlin. He had 1 gun for every 13 feet of the front. But the German defense had anticipated it and pulled back to avoid the bombardment. As a result, when Zhukov's infantry advanced, they met unexpectedly heavy resistance. Desperate to retrieve the situation, Zhukov threw in his tanks. But they too were soon bogged down. Meanwhile, to the south, the assault by Konyev's second group of armies had gone better. His troops had crossed the Neisse River and were well on their way to the next obstacle, the River Spree. Stalin stoked the rivalry between his two commanders by authorizing Konyev to swing his tanks north towards Berlin. He was only too happy to see a race to take the city. After 3 days of savage fighting, Zhukov's troops managed to enter the eastern suburbs of Berlin. At the same time, Konyev was approaching the city from the south. There was desperate German resistance. But on April the 25th, the Soviet armies met up and the final assault on Berlin began. As the fighting moved on from district to district, civilians began to emerge from the cellars. But the Russians took little notice of the flags of surrender. The rape of German women and girls was widespread. After 3 more days of fighting, the city's remaining defenders were pinned down in a narrow strip of central Berlin less than 2 miles wide. Every street and house was contested. Then, on the morning of April the 30th, Soviet troops began an assault on the Reichstag, the German parliament building. Stalin regarded it as the symbol of Nazi power. They were stopped by heavy fire. So they blasted the building at point-blank range with heavy artillery. That evening, the Russians stormed it. Fighting raged from room to room and up and down corridors and staircases. It would take 4 hours before the red flag could be hoisted on one of the towers. The next morning, on May the 1st, 1945, the event was restaged for the cameras. But by then, Hitler was already dead. On April the 30th, as fighting raged overhead, the man whose insane ambitions had embroiled the world in war, laid waste a continent and led to the extermination of millions of Jews, took his own life.
Sie wollten daher kompromisslos die einzige Macht und alleinige Macht in Deutschland. Wir können glücklich sein zu wissen, dass diese Zukunft restlos...
His longtime mistress, Eva Braun, who he'd married the day before, died with him. Their partially burned bodies were buried in the garden of the Reichschancellery. But the fighting continued. Hitler had appointed Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz his successor, and for the next few days the new leadership attempted to salvage something from its nation's cataclysmic defeat. On May the 1st, 1945, the day after his death, German people were told that their Führer had fallen in battle. But they were told to continue the fight against the Bolshevik menace. But the German leadership was falling apart. In Berlin, Joseph Goebbels and Martin Bormann tried to negotiate a city-wide ceasefire with the Russians. But the Russian commander, Marshal Zhukov, demanded unconditional surrender of all German forces everywhere. It was more than Goebbels and Bormann could deliver. Fighting in Berlin continued. Later that evening, Goebbels and his wife killed their 6 children and then committed suicide themselves. That same night, Bormann disappeared. Eventually, in the 1990s, DNA testing confirmed that a body found in Berlin was his. The next morning, Berlin surrendered. By mid-afternoon, all fighting in the city had stopped. Across the country, the pace of the German surrender now gathered momentum. The following day, Dönitz sent a delegation to the British commanding officer, Field Marshal Montgomery. He offered to surrender all German forces in northern Germany. Montgomery sent a reply saying he didn't have the authority to accept a surrender on behalf of the Americans or the Russians. He could only accept the surrender of those troops fighting him. Dönitz had no choice but to agree to Montgomery's terms. But that left Germany still fighting in the rest of the country. Dönitz now sent another delegation to General Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander, to discuss a peace deal with the West, but it carefully avoided any reference to a surrender to the Russians. Eisenhower rebuffed him and insisted that only the unconditional surrender of all German forces was acceptable. Once again, Dönitz was forced to back down. At 2:41 in the morning of May the 7th, 1945, at Eisenhower's headquarters in France, General Alfred Jodl, Hitler's chief of operations throughout the 6 years of war, signed a document of unconditional surrender. Eisenhower's chief of staff, Walter Bedell Smith, signed for the Western Allies. General Ivan Suslopurov signed for the Soviet Union. The only member of the Allies' side not happy with the arrangement was Stalin. The Soviet Union had suffered too much to miss out on its own humiliation of the Germans. So Stalin countermanded Suslopurov and declared Russia would only accept a surrender in Berlin. It meant that the following day, Hitler's former chief of staff, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, signed a second surrender document to satisfy Stalin. Marshal Zhukov signed for the Soviet Union, with Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder signing on behalf of the Western Allies.
In January 1943, the late President Roosevelt and Premier Churchill met in Casablanca. There they pronounced the formula of unconditional surrender for the Axis powers. In Europe, that formula has now been fulfilled.
Across Europe and the United States, crowds began to celebrate the end of the war in Europe. From now on, the day after the German surrender, May the 8th, would be known as VE Day, Victory in Europe. But as the celebrations continued, many were aware of two very sobering issues. In the east, Japan was still fighting. And in Europe, the continent lay in ruins, and huge problems needed to be solved. Millions of Germany's concentration camp victims and slave laborers would need help to rebuild their lives. Millions of captured German fighting men had to be screened before being allowed to go home to identify and arrest major war criminals. The SS was a particular target. It had been responsible for some of the worst atrocities of the war. Leading Nazis like Hermann Goering, head of Hitler's Air Force, were rounded up and paraded in front of the cameras. Other top Nazis arrested included civilian leaders like Albert Speer and military leaders like Jodl and Dönitz. They would be put on trial in the German city of Nuremberg for crimes against humanity.
You must plead guilty or not guilty. Bekenne mich im Sinne der Anklage nicht schuldig. Rudolf Hess, you must plead guilty or not guilty.
Nein.
That will be entered as a plea of not guilty.
The Nazi leadership received sentences ranging from the death penalty to 10 years in prison. Goering committed suicide before he could be hung. Two months after the German surrender, the Allies met in the Berlin suburb of Potsdam. Germany was divided into 4 zones of occupation: Soviet, British, American, and French. Berlin, although deep in the Soviet zone, was parceled up between the Allies in the same way. The peoples of Europe would also find themselves divided. Some would now live under the control of the Western Allies, some under Communist Russia. But before any of this could be faced, there was still the war in the Pacific to be won. first months of 1945, Japan was on the run. The Americans had fought their way across the Pacific. US submarines and aircraft had destroyed Japan's merchant fleet and naval air power. The main Japanese home islands had been cut off from vital supplies of fuel and raw materials. The Japanese were facing defeat. Yet they refused to surrender, convinced that if they fought back with sufficient brutality, the Americans wouldn't have the stomach for the fight and would give in. Japan made clear that every move towards the home islands would be paid for in Allied blood. It presented the United States with a huge problem. How could Japan be defeated without a terrible loss of American life? The country would eventually turn to the most powerful and dreadful weapon ever seen. A weapon that would change the course of war forever. In early 1945, as US military planners considered the next move against Japan, their gaze fell on the Japanese-occupied island of Iwo Jima. It lay a mere 800 miles from the Japanese mainland and would be a valuable base for attacking the country. The US commander in the Central Pacific, Admiral Chester Nimitz, assembled the largest landing fleet ever brought together in the Pacific campaign and prepared to invade the island. Nimitz was taking no risks. Wave after wave of American aircraft paved the way with a massive aerial bombardment. Then, on the morning of February the 19th, 1945, the guns of the Naval Task Force began one of the most prolonged bombardments of the war. At the same time, landing craft set off for the shore. The Marines hit the beaches of Iwo Jima along the southwestern shore just after 9 o'clock in the morning. For a few moments there was an eerie calm. The massive naval and aerial bombardment appeared to have overwhelmed the Japanese garrison. Then a hurricane of Japanese fire swept over them. General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, the Japanese commander on the island, had told his men to hold their fire until the Americans were right under their guns. Now the Japanese opened up from a network of tunnels, caves, and bunkers. There was carnage. But gradually, small groups of US troops inched their way forward. Finally, by the evening, the beachhead had been secured. The task now was to capture the 550-foot-high Mount Suribachi, the heavily defended volcano that dominates Iwo Jima. For 3 days, Marines clawed their way up the steep, pitted slopes. They were supported by a constant air and naval bombardment from the invasion fleet. Finally, on February the 23rd, 1945, a US platoon led by First Lieutenant Harold Schreier began the final assault, carrying with them a small US flag. They reached the summit and raised their flag using a piece of piping as a pole. Marine Corps photographer Staff Sergeant Louis Lowery captured the scene with a few precious photographs. The hard-pressed Marines on the beaches below cheered and wept. Ships sounded their whistles. Three hours later, the event was restaged with a larger US flag. The moment was immortalized by photographer Joe Rosenthal with one of the most iconic photographs of the war. But the battle for Iwo Jima was far from over. The rest of the island was still in Japanese hands. The next day, the Marines captured the first of the island's strategically vital airfields. But Kuribayashi had told his men to take as many of the enemy with them as possible. Their duty to the Emperor to die on the island. It meant each assault became a bloody frontal affair. It took 2 weeks before the remaining 2 airfields on the island were in US hands. Even as the fighting continued, the US Air Force began to make use of Iwo Jima's airfields. During the late spring and summer of 1945, over 2,500 damaged US bombers made emergency landings on the island, often saving the lives of their crews. Finally, at the end of March, after some 6 weeks of ferocious fighting, the last Japanese resistance was snuffed out. But the capture of Iwo Jima had come at a terrible price. Only 200 of the 22,000-strong Japanese garrison survived. The Americans had also suffered badly. Nearly 7,000 Marines had been killed and some 18,000 wounded. The Americans finally had the base they needed, but it was now clear that unless the US could come up with an alternative, any invasion of Japan would be paid for in tens of thousands of American lives. In the United States, one group of military planners had long believed there was an alternative to invading Japan. It was called strategic bombing. This involved carefully targeted bombing raids designed to destroy Japan's infrastructure, industry, and ability to wage war. But in the first years of the Pacific War, there was a problem. Japan lay beyond a range of America's bombs. In April 1942, the US had managed to launch a one-off bombing raid on Tokyo. But it had pushed the bombers to their limits and was never a practical long-term option. Then, in early 1944, the Boeing Aircraft Corporation produced a revolutionary new heavy bomber, the B-29 Superfortress. It could carry 20,000 pounds of bombs over a range of 3,250 miles. Suddenly, Japan was just about in reach of America's forward bases in the Pacific. In summer 1944, 9 months before the assault on Iwo Jima, US B-29s stationed at Chengdu in southwest China began a series of strategic bombing raids on Japan. But range was still an issue. It was too far for a fighter escort, so the superfortresses had to fly alone, staying at high altitude for their own safety. Even then, the range was only just within limits, and there was no room for navigational error. Many of the bombs missed their targets. Then in July 1944, there was a development that gave strategic bombing a new lease of life. The US Navy captured the Mariana Islands in the Central Pacific. They were only 1,500 miles from the Japanese homeland. This was well within the B-29's operating range. The odds for a successful bombing campaign on Japan had dramatically improved. On November the 24th, over 100 superfortresses took off from the Marianas. Their target, the Nakajima aircraft factory in Tokyo. But only 48 bombs struck anywhere near the target. For 3 months, more raids targeted other industrial sites. But the B-29s were still flying without a fighter escort and still dropping their bombs from high altitude. The targets were often obscured by cloud, and jet stream winds made accurate bomb aiming impossible. To make matters worse, the B-29 suffered from engine problems. There were also attacks from kamikaze pilots. By the winter of 1944, it was clear that strategic bombing was just not working. If Japan was to be bombed into submission, the US would have to come up with something else. So it was that on December the 18th, 1944, America tried a new tactic. 84 B-29s set off from Chengdu for Japanese-occupied Hankow on the Yangtze River. They flew much lower than usual and carried mostly incendiary rather than high explosive bombs. Hankow was devastated. The raid was more effective than almost any of the previous strategic bombing raids. The US appeared to have found a way forward: firebombing at low altitude. The US bomber commander in the Marianas, General Curtis LeMay, now ordered the systematic firebombing of Japan. It was the same tactic that Britain had employed in Germany. On the evening of March the 9th, 1945, Pathfinder aircraft roared over Tokyo, dropping incendiary target indicators. The fires they started marked the aiming points for almost 300 B-29s. Coming in at just 5,000 feet, they dropped over 2,000 tons of incendiary bombs. The flimsy wooden houses stood no chance. Air was sucked in, creating towering firestorms which raced faster than people could run. The glow from the burning city could be seen over 150 miles away. When the all clear finally sounded the following morning, 16 square miles of Tokyo had been obliterated. Over 100,000 of its citizens were killed and 1 million made homeless. Tokyo was not the only city to face this devastating new tactic. Nagoya was set ablaze 2 nights later. Then Osaka and Kobe during the following week. Firestorms engulfed whole areas, destroying houses and industrial facilities. But American success was coming at a price. Without escorts, the low-flying US bombers were dangerously vulnerable to Japanese fighters. American losses now mounted. If the bombing campaign was ever to succeed, the US needed bases even closer to Japan. Within weeks, Iwo Jima fell. Now, at last, the US Air Force not only had a base for its bombers within easy striking distance of Japan, it could finally use its Mustang fighters to escort them. During the late spring and early summer of 1945, strikes of up to 500 bombers attacked Japan every other day. Once the largest industrial areas had been crippled, LeMay moved on to lesser targets. Yet, in the face of catastrophic damage and an appalling death toll, the Japanese showed no sign of cracking. It finally dawned on the Americans that strategic bombing alone was never going to defeat Japan. It looked like a full-scale invasion of the country was becoming inevitable. For the US battle planners, the next logical step in the land campaign was the Japanese island of Okinawa. It lay a mere 350 miles from the Japanese homeland islands. The island was defended by more than 120,000 men. The Japanese commander, General Mitsuru Ishijima, was determined to turn it into an American graveyard. Once again, Admiral Nimitz, the US commander in the region, assembled a huge fleet. It included 40 aircraft carriers and 18 battleships. The opening bombardment of Okinawa began on March the 23rd, 1945. It lasted for a whole week. Finally, on the morning of April the 1st, the assault boats headed for the shore. To their surprise, they met almost no opposition. By nightfall, 60,000 men had landed, and the beachhead was up to 2 miles deep. For the next 2 days, the US forces built up their strength and pushed across the island. Again, opposition was unexpectedly light. By April the 4th, the Japanese defenders had been split in two. Marine divisions now headed north. Army units pushed south. The Marines continued to meet only sporadic resistance, and within 3 weeks had cleared the northern part of the island. But it was a different story in the south. There, the army units ran into savage fire. For 10 days, the Japanese held their defensive line. Then, when they could hold out no longer, they simply withdrew to the next defensive position and continued to resist all over again. Meanwhile, the Japanese also prepared to launch an air assault on the invasion fleet. Early on the morning of April the 7th, kamikaze pilots gathered to drink their ritual cups of sake and climb into their aircraft for the last time. Over 700 aircraft, half of them kamikazes, took off and approached the US landing fleet. A line of radar-equipped destroyers operating about 50 miles out at sea was hit first. By the end of the first day of the attack, 2 US destroyers had been sunk. "24 other vessels were also damaged. But the Japanese had lost over 300 planes. Over the following days, the Japanese introduced a new weapon. The Oka, or cherry blossom, was a rocket-powered suicide missile driven by a kamikaze pilot. It was launched from a bomber and carried a massive 2,650-pound warhead. On April the 12th, another US destroyer was hit and sunk. The Oka looked deadly, but US fighters quickly learned to intercept and shoot down the bombers that carried them. In desperation, the Japanese Navy now sent a suicide mission of its own. The Yamato, Japan's largest battleship, was loaded with just enough fuel to reach Okinawa and ordered to fight to the death, sinking as many US ships as possible in the process. But as the giant ship approached Okinawa, it was spotted. Some 400 US aircraft descended on it. Within 2 hours, it blew up. The fireball could be seen for over 100 miles. Back on Okinawa, torrential rain now turned the battlefield into a quagmire. For over a month, US troops struggled to push their way south. Every cave or dugout entrance had to be blasted by flamethrowers, grenades, and explosives. As before, as one defensive line was overrun, the Japanese slipped back to another, and the whole grim business would start again. US casualties rapidly mounted. Finally, on June the 1st, the town of Shuri was captured. Then, on June the 4th, a new contingent of Marines landed to the south of Naha, the island's capital, and linked up with troops pushing down from the north. Savage fighting continued, but by June the 17th, the Japanese resistance was collapsing. Five days later, the Americans finally secured Okinawa. The Japanese commander, General Ishijima, committed ritual suicide, harakiri. Over 7,000 prisoners were taken, the first time ever that such large numbers of Japanese troops had surrendered. It had been a bloody and exhausting campaign. 100,000 Japanese soldiers and some 40,000 civilians had been killed. The Americans, for their part, had lost over 15,000 men. It was a sobering reminder of what would await the American forces if they invaded the main Japanese home islands. More than ever, they needed a solution. A way to obliterate Japan's will to fight, once and for all. The victory at Okinawa meant America's military planners now had to decide what to do next. Despite shattering defeats, the Japanese still showed no sign of surrendering. Some US commanders argued for a continuation of the firebombing campaign. But by the summer of 1945, it was clear that bombing alone would never defeat Japan. An invasion seemed unavoidable. But the question was, at what price? The Japanese had some 1 million men defending the home islands. They were supported by about 5,000 aircraft, and new kamikaze pilots were being trained all the time. Mass suicide attacks by civilian volunteers could also be expected. A bloodbath seemed inevitable. It was estimated that over 250,000 American lives might be lost. Then, in July 1945, the new US President, Harry S. Truman, heard about the results of a top-secret Allied scientific research program. It was called the Manhattan Project. For 3 years, Allied scientists had been working on an atom bomb, a weapon that draws on the vast quantities of energy released when an atom is split. It would have an unimaginable destructive force. The project was led by US General Leslie Groves, an Army engineer. The scientific director was Robert Oppenheimer, a 39-year-old physicist from the University of California. Over a 3-year period, the program had recruited many of the Allies' best scientific brains. 2 radioactive materials seemed to offer most promise as fuels for the new bombs. One was a naturally occurring form of uranium called uranium-235. It was processed at a vast factory at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The other was plutonium, a man-made material manufactured in primitive nuclear reactors at Hanford in Washington state. The research was coordinated and conducted by a team of scientists at Los Alamos, a specially built laboratory complex in the New Mexico desert. By early 1945, the Los Alamos scientists were pretty confident that they had a uranium bomb that worked. But it required huge quantities of uranium-235, and the scientists worried that they didn't have enough of it. So they also designed a second bomb that used plutonium. But this, unlike the uranium bomb, was much less well understood, and they weren't sure it would work. Before it could be used, they would need to test it. By early July 1945, after an expenditure of more than $2 billion, the plutonium bomb was ready for trials. The gadget, as it was called, was mounted on a steel tower in the New Mexico desert. At 5:30 in the morning of July the 16th, the atomic age began. News that Operation Trinity had been successful was swiftly passed to President Truman. He had recently arrived at a conference in the Berlin suburb of Potsdam, meeting with Stalin and Churchill, discussing the future of Europe. Truman didn't hesitate. He ordered his commanders to prepare to drop the new bombs on Japan as soon as possible. Two bombs, a uranium device codenamed Little Boy and a plutonium bomb called Fat Man, were now transported to the Mariana Islands. There, the immensely experienced Colonel Paul Tibbets, leader of the specially trained 509th Composite Group, prepared his B-29. At 2:45 in the morning of August the 6th, Tibbets lifted his plane, named Enola Gay after his mother, off the runway. On board, he was carrying Little Boy. The flight to the target, Japan's fourth largest city, Hiroshima, went without a hitch. At 8 a.m. on a bright sunny morning, Enola Gay approached the city at 33,000 feet. Then, at just after 8:15, Little Boy was released. The uranium bomb had the power of nearly 13,000 tons of TNT. The temperature beneath the mushroom cloud reached 5,000 degrees centigrade. Thousands of people were instantly vaporized. Shock waves leveled buildings up to a 5-mile radius. Estimates of the death toll vary hugely. Some put it at 40,000 people, others at 100,000. Many suffered from terrible burns and blistering. Over the course of the following weeks, thousands more people died from radiation poisoning. On August the 7th, 1945, President Truman told the world about the bomb and issued Japan with a warning.
Let there be no mistake. We shall completely destroy Japan's power to make war. They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
But no Japanese surrender was received. 2 days later, on August the 9th, Fat Man was dropped on the major military port of Nagasaki. The plutonium bomb was even more powerful. In fact, the bomb fell way off target, but it still caused massive destruction. Between 35,000 and 50,000 people are estimated to have died in the explosion. The Japanese government could now have no doubt that they faced a new and horrific weapon. But the question remained, would even this force them to surrender? The Nagasaki bomb was followed by a stark warning from U.S. Secretary of State James Burns.
There is still time, but little time, for the Japanese to save themselves from the destruction which threatens them.
The intention was clear. The atom bomb would be used again and again until Japan gave in. That same day, Japan's position became even more precarious. Early in the morning of August the 9th, 1.5 million Soviet troops stormed into Manchuria and northern China. The Soviet leader Joseph Stalin was not only after territory, he wanted a say in any final peace settlement in the Far East. There were still over 1 million Japanese troops in the area, but the Red Army blitzkrieg was unstoppable. The Japanese position in the war had become untenable. That evening, Emperor Hirohito met with his 6 top military and political leaders. The war cabinet was divided. 3, led by the Prime Minister, Baron Kantaro Suzuki, argued for peace. The other 3 wanted to continue fighting. It was deadlock. Then the Japanese Prime Minister broke with all precedent and asked the Emperor for his opinion. Emperor Hirohito voted for peace, on condition that his position as head of state was maintained. The next morning, a proposal was sent to the U.S. Secretary of State James Burns. Burns rejected it. Only unconditional surrender would do. As the Japanese war cabinet argued amongst itself, Soviet troops continued to tear into Mongolia. At the same time, American fighters now roamed freely over Japan, shooting up military targets and transport links at will. Massive air raids continued to devastate Japan. Then, on August the 14th, the Truman administration sent word that the Emperor's position would be safeguarded, provided he agreed to accept the orders of the Supreme Commander of Allied forces. Hirohito used his huge prestige to instruct the war cabinet to endure the unendurable and accept the terms. That day in Washington, President Truman announced that Japan had surrendered unconditionally.
I deem this reply a full acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration, which specifies the unconditional surrender of Japan.
Cheering, singing crowds erupted onto the streets of every American city. In Britain, it was midnight when the new Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, broadcast the news.
Japan has today surrendered. The last of our enemies is laid low. Peace has once again come to the world. Let us thank God for this great deliverance and his mercies. Long live the King.
Within minutes, crowds appeared on the streets of London. Many gathered outside Buckingham Palace. a giant street party lasted well into the following day. The next morning, August the 15th, an astounded Japanese people listened to the voice of their God Emperor for the very first time. He told them that Japan's position had become impossible, and the country was obliged to surrender. All military forces must lay down their arms. Such was the Emperor's prestige that almost every unit obeyed. But in Manchuria, despite the Japanese ceasefire, the Soviet forces fought on. For the first time, large numbers of Japanese troops now surrendered. Nevertheless, the Soviets, determined to seize as much territory as possible, continued to advance. Stalin wouldn't stop the fighting for another week. By then, the whole of Manchuria, half of Korea, and part of northern China were under his control. Elsewhere in Southeast Asia, in the Philippines and on many of the Pacific islands bypassed by the Americans, it took weeks for news of the surrender to reach isolated Japanese garrisons. Some Japanese soldiers would remain hidden in the jungle for more than 30 years. Finally, on August the 28th, 2 weeks after the surrender, the first US troops arrived in Japan. A huge US fleet gathered in Tokyo Bay, sailing past the shattered hulks of the once proud Japanese Navy that they had so comprehensively defeated. Several days later, on September the 2nd, 1945, a Japanese delegation came aboard the USS battleship Missouri. On its quarterdeck, the new Japanese Foreign Minister, Mamoru Shigemitsu, signed the document of unconditional surrender. It was countersigned by US General Douglas MacArthur, the man who would effectively run Japan for the next 6 years.
As Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, I announce it my firm purpose, in the tradition of the countries I represent, to proceed in the discharge of my responsibilities with justice and tolerance.
Then a force of more than 2,000 Allied aircraft roared overhead. It was a fitting tribute to the overwhelming power which had finally brought Germany and Japan to utter defeat. World War II was at an end. Japan's ruthless desire to wage war had been crushed by a weapon of awesome destructive power. Now, in the East as in the West, the world would be divided and shared along new lines. New allegiances would be formed, and new enemies would vie for global influence under the specter of nuclear war. A new era in world history had begun.